motions out.
Thank you, Eric. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Objection to the motion. Motion carried 6-0-0. June 21st, General Council minutes. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion by Eric. Do we have a second? Second by Louis. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 6-0-0. June 27th, 2023 Treasurer's Report. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion by Coley. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Eric. Do we have a discussion? Objection. Motion carried 7-0-0. June 30th, 2023 Special Tribal Council Meeting, Eligible Voters List and Election Board. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion by Rona. Do you want to second that, Coley?
Yes.
Second by Coley. Discussion.
Not an item. Then they have to go over to I didn't object, I abstained.
Okay. That's, no, it's the special meeting for the voters. So Louis did not object. Rather, he abstained.
That's yeah, I remember him abstaining.
Was that on the 13 names? You abstained?
He abstained on both, the one where Nissa Ray was added and then the one where the list was approved. So he doesn't want to object. Okay, we'll get that corrected. So
When he seconded?
So yeah, Eric motioned and Rona seconded both of those. No, we're right here on special meeting, June 30th, so right under updated pre-eligible voters list. So he would rather not be in the minutes objecting. We just
Oh, okay, gee, I was getting all messed up here. Abstaining.
Me mixed up.
They even put it in binders for you guys.
I know.
Oh, I see this.
Those tabs.
Okay. Sorry.
With tabs.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and with correction. I guess this is Robert's Rules of Order, but can you, do you have to object to move to a vote? But I don't know. So I guess we'll find out.
I think abstaining is just noting that you're not voting because of nepotism.
It's funny because it says object, Louis Rose, and it says abstain 1, 2. So
Object.
Okay. We will strike that, Louis. Any further discussion? Objection to the motion. Motion carried 7-0-0. The ratification of the 5 signatures. Adopt resolution 23-148, blood quantum correction. Do we have a motion?
Move it.
Motion by Eric. Do we have a second? Second by Isaac. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 7-0-0. Motion to ratify adopting resolution 23-149, blood quantum correction. Do we have a motion?
Motion to adopt.
Motion by Coley. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Eric. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 700. Number 3, adopt resolution 23-150. Do we have a motion to ratify?
Motion to adopt.
We have a motion by Eric. Do we have a second? Second by Rona. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 700. Number 4, motion to ratify the adoption of resolution 23-151. Do we have a motion? Motion by Rona. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Coley. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 700. 5, adopt resolution 23-152. Do we have a motion to ratify? We have a motion by Louis. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Coley. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 700. Number 6, motion to ratify the adoption of resolution 23-161, former company A service site. Do we have a motion to ratify?
Move it.
Motion by Eric. Do we have a second? Second by Louis. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 700. Number 7, motion to ratify the adoption of resolution 23-165, law enforcement communication services. Do we have a motion? Motion by Isaac. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Eric. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 700. Number 8, motion to adopt resolution 23-166, FY24 food distribution program on Indian reservations. Do we have a motion? Motion by Louis. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Coley. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 700. Number 9, motion to ratify adoption of resolution 23-167, tribal enrollment project FY23.
Move it.
Motion by Eric. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Coley. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 700. Number 10, Winnebago, approved North American video purchase at $30,706. Do we have a motion to ratify? Motion by Louis. Do we have a second? Second by Rona. Discussion. Objection. Motion carried 700. Moving on to new business, I'd like to invite our representatives from our youth group. So we have Charlie Earth on the agenda and company. Good morning, ladies. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, do you just want us to stand, or do you want us to talk into the mic, or whatever?
Probably use the mic too.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, just sit in the front row right there, whoever's gonna talk.
Okay, well, I guess we'll just kind of start with introductions. Hini Karagi Reno, Micah De Razra, Charlie Earthka, Wanakshana, Hochunk Razra, Wakcheki Skawinga, Wanakshana, Wakcheki Yaki Karachana, OC Earth, and Christine Earthka, Koke Wahara. I greet you all. My English name is Charlie Earth. My Ho-Chunk name is White Water Spirit. I come from the Water Spirit clan. My parents are Oscar and Christine Earth, and my grandparents are Kay and Anthony Earth and Randy and Martina Decora.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning, council. My name is Kiana Lewis. I am an enrolled member of the Winnebago tribe of Nebraska. I am a part of the Bear Clan. I am the daughter of Tina Lewis and the granddaughter of Wanda Lewis. And my great-grandparents are Eunice Crosby and Levi Lincoln. And I will be graduating this December with my bachelor's degree in early childhood and family studies from Wayne State College.
Good morning. My name is.
Hi, Haley, do you want to use the mic? Otherwise, the folks on the phone can't hear you.
Good morning. My name is Hahewi Morgan. I am an enrolled member of the Navajo Nation. I am Torachitni, which is Bitterwater Clan. My dad is Monka Morgan, and my mother is Amanda Stevens. My grandparents are Pearl Bigfire and Dwight Morgan. And then on my mother's side, my grandparents are Mary Golby and Sam Stevens.
Hello, everyone. My name is Desia Kitchian. I am a tribal member of the Winnebago tribe. I am a descendant of the Bear Clan, and my mother is Billy Kitchian, and my grandparents are Desiree Kitchian and Vincent Kitchian.
So I guess I'll just get us started. So we want to be the Ho-Chunk Misochichi Youth Council. We really wanted to start a platform for youth voices in our community, and we've been working on we've been designing this youth council to help revitalize the cultural, spiritual, mental, physical, environmental, and social well-being of the Winnebago youth. We just feel like there's a lot of opportunities we have in our community, but not the platform for youth to see all the opportunities, and then also like gain more exposure and experience to what other youth are doing and other Native American communities. So we just want to be that voice for the youth in our community and really work towards revitalizing our culture and language, but also, setting ourselves up for success and creating the longevity and sustainability of this youth council, because we just really feel like our community needs to raise and uplift youth voices and empower our youth and show them more opportunities of what's out there. So that's kind of where we stemmed from and why we wanted to create this. I don't know if you want to add anything to kind of what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, basically to just piggyback back what Charlie said, I had the opportunity to attend the NCAI conference, mid-year conference this year, and it was just very eye-opening. Just seeing all of the youth councils that are out there, and this would just be a really great way to not only build the leadership skills of our youth, but to just to really, what's what I'm trying to say, to just develop competent, educated, and knowledgeable tribal leaders. And I see myself in your guys' shoes one day, and I'm sure a lot of youth out there do as well. And we want to be able to understand what, the policies are and tribal politics and what all goes into being a successful tribal leader. And we just want to lead our future generations down the right path.
Yeah, so we're here before you today because we really want to make this first step in establishing this youth council underneath the Winnebago tribe, because that affiliation is very important for our youth to see us working together, and that you guys support us and you guys want to see us thrive with our current resources. So we kind of laid out our first 3 goals of our youth council. So we're going to first hopefully get this established underneath the tribe as a committee and create some bylaws and a resolution to get that started. And then what we're going to do after that is start bringing youth engagement, and we want to host like a kickoff and initial event, letting the youth and community know what we're trying to do and educate them on how they can get involved. And then a big part that we want to advocate for is to meet with our tribal programs and identify their current youth resources. And we want to create a master calendar so our youth know, and like the youth can come to us and find out like, hey, this is what we're interested in, and we can point them in the right direction and find them what they truly love, and like start finding their self-passions and grow their self-confidence and all that. So that's kind of our next steps after this. And then we also gave a little bit of a proposed schedule of how we want to do things. So we want to do a bi-weekly meeting with our youth council. And then every single month, we actually want to host a community youth update meal. So the youth can come in and we can host different leadership development workshops during or after the meal, but like using our existing tribal leaders and different programs to come in and educate them on different things. And then one of our biggest things that we want to do is get them exposure to the leadership and development conferences that are out there, because we were able to experience that, and it's just very eye-opening to what youth can do and the powerful voices that youth hold. And we just want to uplift the youth voices in our community and, you know, get them exposed to what else is out there. So yeah, as individuals, it will help. If we develop as individuals, it will create a greater team environment and effort by gaining these experiences. And then we want to push for having more consistency in our annual events. And like I said, we want to host that initial youth engagement session, but, you know, create it so it's long lasting and turn it into eventual like a youth summit where we can invite other Native youth from Nebraska and other states to come join us and, you know, unify our voices. And one of the biggest things that we also want to do is host a healing camp. The Ho-Chunk Nation actually hosted one to help preserve and bring culture enrichment. So we want to host it for 8 to 16 plus. It's kind of the same idea as the culture camp for the youth, but this one would be for young adults and older adults who want to engage in their culture and language and help revitalize some of that. And then, like we already touched on, we really want to have meetings with our current tribal departments and programs to create that master calendar and really become that segue for youth opportunities and youth activities. You want to add?
And I feel like just with this youth council, we will be the bridge to our, you know, number of different Winnebago tribal entities, because we as youth hear a lot that there's just like not really good, I don't know, relationships or like anything like that. So we just want to be that positive bridge, you know, to our Winnebago entities. And this will be
Kiana, can you expand on that, what you're talking about?
just like, I don't know, I hear a lot about like the tribe and like HCI and stuff like that. And
Okay. Well,
just,
I hope that's not the intent of this youth council to
it's
be
not,
propaganda.
It's not. No, this is
Okay.
coming from the youth. I that's another reason why I want to reiterate as much as possible. This is coming from us, and this is stemming from us and the problems we see in our community and the communication and the lack of communication we see. And that's just why we want to.
Okay.
Yeah. And
So
to
I
add-
guess I'm disappointed to hear that that's a focal of this whole
No,
opportunity.
No, it's
yeah, I think that was a little bit misunderstood.
Yes.
I guess what we see with a meeting with tribal programs and departments is to identify their current resources for the youth and like have us be a platform where youth can come to us and like find what they like. If they want to go learn about sewing, we can point them in the right direction. If they want to learn more about farming or agriculture, we can have different clubs to do that, or even like theater club. That's something that we were speaking on. So I think that was a little bit miscommunication, but yeah, like in that communication that she is talking about is that like there's a lot of current opportunities for our youth, but I think that sometimes we just don't see them, or they're not like put in front of them in the proper ways, like sending letters to youth letting them know what's going on rather than just posting it like a day before or the day of an event. Like that's kind of the communication gap that we want to help fill as youth. So yeah. And then moving on to like what roles and responsibilities that we'd want on our youth council or committee is that having like 2 co-chairpersons. That way, like a lot of us, you know, are engaged in like jobs in college. So like having 2 people to be that advocate or spokesperson would be very important, you know, to have somebody to lean on. And then 2 co-vice chairpersons to also have the same capacity, and then a secretary, a treasurer, and then a public relations officer would be very important, because social media and, you know, putting those videos and stuff in front of the youth, like that's their way to catch their eye and get their attention. So that's going to be a really big piece of it too. And then just having 2 members to create it. So there's like 9 of us, and to keep it like odd. And then moving on to like a timeline of like what we want to do in this first year. So like a recruitment / kickoff event, like we've been saying, and then creating that master calendar and meeting with the departments, like all departments, to, you know, really create that calendar so you can just look at this calendar every day and kind of see what's going on, and, you know, look the week or 2 ahead to plan to be there as well. And then the healing camp for the Winnebago tribe, we really want to work with all our entities to make that really special and really bring as much culture and language integration as we can, because it's a really big piece of who we are. And I feel like as youth, like sometimes we lose sight of that, and that should like be at everyone's core, but we just like need to get that in front of them so they have the opportunities to learn more about their identities and such like that. And then we kind of broke down a small budget of like some things that we want to like fundraise for, and like kind of our yearly expenses. So like meeting supplies, like we need a Zoom account to like host our meetings and stuff like that. So we included that. And then like the monthly youth update meal, like we want to do potlucks and then pay, or not pay, but give a guest speaker like a gift if they come in and speak with us. And then that initial event or kickoff event, we included that on there for like t-shirts, food, a venue, door prizes, and like game supplies to like help us get the word out. And then we also included the healing camp on there, which that's going to be one of our biggest things that we're going to be planning this year. So we want it to be a week-long event for like 16 plus. So we'd like to invite like all the tribal members to come in and just learn more about the culture and language, and just engage in the arts and activities that we don't get to see every day on our reservation. And then we also included like conference travel, so we can start fundraising for that and like deciding which conferences that we want to partake in. And we included some examples like the National Congress of American Indians, the Leadership Summit, the United Nations Indian Tribal Youth, also known as Unity, and then the Center for Native American Youth, which is CNAY. And those are just youth, like national youth programs that are doing a lot. And that's a good space to engage in with other Native youth leaders. So that's something that we included in there as well. And then just an evaluation plan, like to partake in with you guys and other youth to like find the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of like youth issues in our communities, also known as a SWOT analysis. And I feel like that will just help us dial in on like what's really affecting our youth right now, and then how we can fix it. And then also I learned on my time on the youth commission is tribal youth action planning, and that was like really vital to like our next steps, is like finding out problems or things affecting the youth, and this really creating that plan to bring a solution to that problem. So that youth action plan, I would really like to also engage in with you guys to see kind of how our perspectives like change and shift. And then we also just included some topics of immediate concern that we want to address, like housing for young students who are transitioning into kind of the adult realm of things, and then really bringing culture enrichment more to our reservation and things that we're all doing. And then education, health, sustainability or environmental sustainability, and like enrollment, and then really focusing in on that youth engagement and identifying our current resources to see how we can better engage them and better find what they love and what they're trying to do. So that is kind of the gist of what we're trying to do and why we're here. So I hope that covered most of everything, but if you guys have any questions, we can take them.
Thank you, Charlie and Kiana. Did anybody else have anything they wanted to add? Okay. I guess the council, I'll turn it over to you if anyone has any questions or comments on the presentation.
I just had a question. On the roles and responsibilities, you have one public relations officer. Is this person going to be donating their time to develop PR campaigns
and media relations strategies.
Yeah, so this is all gonna be
Donated time.
Yes, donated
Oh, okay.
time and like doing it on our own. Yeah, unpaid positions, but yeah, these would fall. This
Okay.
would be one of the youth running
Okay.
our PR stuff, but
I have a question. Under the budget, you said accept donations from tribal / HCI programs. Have you got anything from the HCI on donations?
well, we haven't reached out about the healing camp to any entities yet, but we want to form some sort of like for arts and crafts, like supplies or like food, like just create a list of like donatable items and then send it out to the HCI and tribal programs to see what is available or they currently have that are available for donation.
Okay, are you guys planning on going anywhere else to look for money?
Yeah, we actually talked about creating a letter and sending it to some larger entities and like just letting them know what we're trying to do and like yeah, accepting donations that way, like reaching out to larger corporations.
Okay. I think what should have happened, now this is just me, that you should have done that before you came here. Because right now it's us, you're putting a burden on us to do everything, and when you're going to look for more money, that could have added to the pot. So now you're looking at more than $97,900. And so I think it would have been a little bit more smarter to do that instead of time frame of like 6 months. And then once you're done with that, then come to the council to request whatever's not needed. And that's kind of what I would like to see is you guys to go that route. I mean, we're more than happy. I'm more than happy to hear what you're doing. It's exciting. I can't wait to see you guys do that. But I just think that this should have been your last stop to fill any gaps that you needed filled, because now anything that you do is just going to be on top of what you're requesting, right? And we just kind of want to see you succeed. So with that, I like what I'm hearing. You know, it's just a much needed positive energy, and it's that will inspire a lot of us to do our jobs better, and to see that, you know, because we're not going to be around here forever, and you know, you are right, you are going to be here one day. It's good to see that you're creating a foundation for yourselves. So thank you.
Thanks, Eric, for that feedback. I guess I'll just make a comment. I met with this group of youth, and we had talked about some of these concepts and how they thought that they could elevate their voice in the community and have a meaningful contribution to decisions that are made that impact youth and that they have an opinion on. And so in our discussion, I tried to like lay out, I guess, my experience here at the table and how we could preserve their voice. And the recommendation that I made was that they pursue the council with a proposal to become a committee, like a standing committee under the tribe's, I guess, structure that. And so there's more questions to be teased out. Like they did draft some bylaws and some questions on, you know, do you guys appoint the youth council? Is it by an election? You know, like there's more questions about that. But the reason I was trying to make it a tribal committee was because then it would have the support of the council, and it would have some depth, and it would be tracked and in the committee structure that we have. The long-term goal that I had proposed to the team was that they look at working toward the secretarial election, and that is long-term. There's other things like blood quantum that the tribe is looking towards secretarial election, but that would be to modify the tribal constitution. And if the tribal government ever saw it fit that the youth would have a voice by tribal constitution, that would be through a secretarial election and at the vote of the people. So that's the long-term goal, but in immediate, I would agree that we have a void in our community with the youth voice. And in some of these larger national Indian venues like NCI, National Center for American Indian Development, I think that's the res people, ACES, American Indian Science Engineering Society, and they all have a science component, and it's science and math, arts, business, and all these different discipline areas that are kind of develop or have developmental activities at some of these conferences. And I will say our kids are never there. And some of these youth groups that feed into these larger national youth groups, they're kind of stepping stones. That's how I see some of the youth that participate in this. They go on to what are some of the ones in DC? I can't think of them, but there are all these fellowships and all these different opportunities to intern and things like that. And once they do that, then they go to that next stepping stone. They're like, oh, how's that? They're working over there now. And so it's through that networking and relationship building that our kids kind of get out there. So however the council sees fit on how we build that here, but we gotta build it. And I know through the years we've had some really awesome people through the YCIC, through the Teen Center, the Boys and Girls Club. They've had different versions of a youth group through our lives. Some of us probably were on some of those youth groups. So this is just a new iteration, new and improved, and we have some youth in our community that have stepped forward to kind of lead this and identified a need within their generation where they want their voices heard more. And so the next thing that I told these girls, to Eric's point, was that they would definitely need to be funded. And so the difference with that is typically some of the committees that we have aren't funded, and but some of them have a stipend structure. So it would be coming to the table and trying to create a hybrid that would actually have some money tied to it. And recently there's been some unrestricted money that the tribe had received that hadn't been allocated yet. As well as we're coming up on the new budget funding cycle. And so I was sharing with Treasurer Steeler that I met with you girls and that you would be coming with a proposal, and that many times it's like mid-year or end of the year, people come with a great idea and it costs a whole bunch of money and we're already halfway through the budgeting cycle. So you guys are coming at good timing is what I'm saying. And the council could, through the treasurer's office and how they put together that budget, try to carve something out for you guys or carve something out of that money that we didn't allocate. So it's still in the entry, I guess, stage on how we accomplish that. But I think you guys made an excellent presentation. One thing I want to mention too, when I met with these girls, I think Anna's not here, right? Anna's the other one. Okay, Anna's not here today, but when each of these girls introduced themselves, what I thought was really cool was they all had a different area of interest and they all had a different area that they thought needed to be built up. Some of it was around mental health and behavioral health, and I think that's one of the main things that we struggle with as a council is how do we reach our families and how do we help them when many of the times what they're coming here and have a need for, it's many other things that are they're having a hard time with. So I think that's excellent that you guys are looking in that direction on how we be the healthiest sound mind and body. So I'll just say that much. I just wanted the council to know that I did meet with you guys and that you had some really good ideas and really motivated here. We have some really motivated youth here that want to see this happen. And I guess I just feel, I don't have a doubt in my mind that they're going to see this through because some of them are already doing this on their own. And Charlie, you've gotten your feet wet at the NCAI. And so you can see how broad the work is, and all those topics at that conference are the large policy driven work that filter down to what we have here in our communities, whether it be funding, policy, laws, just coming off the heels of the ICWA decision. So can you share with the council, I guess, how your eyes were opened up at that or what you hope to see from this?
Yeah, I didn't mention that, but I'm the National Congress of American Indians Youth Commission Vice President. So I got elected in November, and it's actually a 2-year term. And I've been to about 4 conferences since then, and every single time it's just been a different experience, and it's really opened my eyes to like policy and like how things are affected at the national level and the resolution process even, and like how it trickles down to like not only our Native community but other Native communities, and just like getting exposed to like what other youth are doing. Like there's over 350 youth councils in America. And I just found that like we need to be in on that and we need to get our kids exposed because like the networking and relationship building that I've come to and the relationships that I've built have just opened more doors for me and like more opportunities for me to learn about environmental and sustainability. Like that's really been my focus and that's a big part of the realm right now because climate change and all that. So the relationships that I built and just the self-confidence and like I've learned like what I love and I want to be in our community and I want to be able to help other youth see that and get exposed to that because there's just so much more out there. But it's also nice because you get to come home and really appreciate what we have and it's like, okay, what can we do with it? Like what we have now, like how can we make it better and like how can we expose other youth? And that's just really been my focus and my focal point to like move forward with this because I just really want the other youth in our community to see that it's not just about what's here. Like they can go out and learn as much as they want, but you can always come home and it just really does make you appreciate what we have here. And going off the reservation, like every time you come home, it's like, okay, now I just learned so much more. Like how can I use it tomorrow or use it the next week? How can I share my knowledge with other youth? Like how can I get more youth empowered to use their voice and shine lights on issues that they want to shine light on who just didn't have the confidence to do it before. So that's kind of why I'm really pushing this forward because I've just like I've been exposed to a lot in this past like 8 or 9 months and I just really want to help other youth open more doors. So yeah.
Thank you, Charlie.
Yeah, I feel really bad, Charlie. I didn't know you were on the vice president. That's really something. I didn't even know that. Well, I'm proud of you. That's really something.
Thank you.
And how old are you, Charlie?
I'm 20.
Gee, I'm really glad to hear that. I didn't know that. Gee, nobody tells me nothing. I'm really proud of that.
Thank you.
I would like to say, you know, good job at that as well. I you know, I don't know if any of us knew that. And that's really something, you know. And so I would be interested in utilizing some of our unallocated funds towards their budget. So I don't know if I want to do that as a motion or.
I want to say
Yeah.
something whenever you guys are done hogging the mic.
Take five. Just take five.
I'm same age as Charlie, and I never get hurt here. But I don't know nothing. Nobody tells me nothing. I'm never here. Well, I want to say
Yeah.
I was listening when they were talking. But I want to say thank you to you guys for coming in. I think it's really something. I know there's some people that, and I was just talking about this the other day with, I don't remember who it was, but about elders, youth, and all the things you always hear at certain times of the year, you know. And then you take a look around and you look at what's really going on, you know. It's not going on as far as support of those people that are in those different situations, no matter what age they are. But I look at that, you guys coming in here, I was kind of thinking, you guys don't have no guys? No. But that's okay too. But I want to encourage you guys that what you guys are doing, and it's not easy to sit on the council. There's a lot of stuff that a lot of us don't share that go on. So if and when you guys ever reach one of these seats, make sure you take care of yourself. Because one of these seats can destroy you and all the relationships you have around you with all your own people. And I want to encourage you as young youth to be able to come forward and put these presentations together. And I was in Washington one time, and there was this youth group that was there, There's actually one, Tori went and was doing her testimony out there for the self-governance for the hospital. And there's in a hallway, and there was this young guys there, and they're kind of being loud or whatever. And they're taking a picture by this monument. I kind of look like that, and I noticed there are Indians, and kind of look like that. And here, pretty soon, this lady come up, and she's like, "Hey, could I have a picture?" And I thought she's trying to take a picture with me or whatever. And here what she meant was, "No, can you take a picture of us by this monument?" So I was like, "Oh yeah." It was really kind of close around or whatever here. But anyway, they wanted their picture by that monument of saying that they're on Capitol Hill in Washington. And so I asked her, I said, "What is it that, how'd you guys bring your kids here?" And she said, "Well, every time that the tribal council or an official travels from our tribe, they have to take youth with them. They have to. It's written in there." And she kind of said off to the side, she said, "For one, it keeps the tribal council member in line and keeps them on the right path because they have youth with them. Two, it shows the youth of what the process is." And so what they did at that time was they took their language and cultural group, and that was, as a group, they took them to Washington so they could see, and they were all dressed up, and they looked pretty sharp, but how they had that, we kind of visited a little bit more about how they had that all rolled out was that their council didn't go anywhere without a youth group with them. And what that youth group did was, and I call it a youth group, but I don't know what their name actually was. But what they did is they helped assist the council, but they also, she said, one thing that we're having to try to work through was them not just becoming assistants to the council, and the council's ears growing numb to what the children were seeing, what they're experiencing, and how they wanted to move forward. She said, because when you put these youth councils and these by a regular council, a lot of times it'll start growing its own behavior. And a part of that behavior is thinking that this youth council is like, "Here, go run that letter over there." And it's like, no, that's not what I'm here for. I can help you write the letter. I can look at the letter or whatever. But so to try to look at that, where I'm going with this is saying that with this youth council would be to continue to have your own mindset, to continue to have your own movement. Watch and be careful of what you let influence you. Just like as you've seen as the kind of the opening of this meeting, it was like that misunderstanding. Some of those things aren't a youth council's. You want to remain neutral in every topic in order to have your voice heard. And I'm just saying this as a youth council, but that way your voice gets out there. Everybody else can make decisions on what they need to. But I would like to see that you guys move forward. I think it's a good thing. There was a young gentleman that came in here. He's now in state prison. But he came in here one time and he brought an idea of a skateboard foundation coming in here. And he went out, he researched it, he had the attorney on the line with that skateboard company, and they were going to build $150,000 skate park here, all paid for. And I watched this table knock it down. Not these members here that are here, but maybe there might be a couple of them. But so that youth on his own, he went out and he wanted that here, brought here, and the council said no because they were scared. They were scared of liability. So that the lawyer of that foundation turned around and said, all you have to do is post signs on all four sides of that skate park saying not reliable for accidents, death, or injuries. And then that alleviates the tribe from being sued. And so, but the tribe, they kind of knocked that down. And today that guy's locked up, And I was thinking about this, man, what if he got that skate park built? He wasn't asking for money. He just came in. He said, I just need the blessing of the council to move forward. And then maybe what if he was a famous skater today, And so, looking at those kind of things, that there's a lot of opportunities out there, but it's all kind of on how you present it and everything. But I don't know where the rest of the council is, but I want to show you guys something. So I'd make a motion to approve $97,909 and $900, and to take it out of the Warhorse account, the unrestricted funding. Now we'll see if I get a second.
So we have a motion. So would you be creating the youth council and funding them at that level?
The budget that's presented
Okay.
here.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Isaac for the establishment of the youth council and funded as budget presented.
Presented, yeah.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Eric. Discussion.
No question.
All the programs, starting about now, all our programs will start doing their budgeting, meeting with finance. So that we get a budget all ready to begin, for October 1st. So are you intending to start this on October 1st at the start of the fiscal year? And my question is, because the tribe does its accounting, we use a software system called Intact. And it has to be set up, somebody has to be trained to enter into Intact, and the budget's there. And then they have another part of it's called Martis. And what's that other part? There's another one. Anyway, to me, that if the tribe is gonna adopt this, it has to be in line with our finance and accounting. So is that going to be, you guys are going to meet with finance, the CFO, to establish this account? Is that what we're doing with this motion, or how is this supposed to work?
So I understood the motion as creating the youth council and it be funded, but I have some logistical questions that could be sorted out maybe in the bylaws, because like, who's the sponsor? I see you're here with Carrie and Janelle. So is this a Ho Chunk Inc. intern project, or is this something to do with the company? Because you guys are here with them. Yeah.
Okay. No, this is something driven by them, for them. We're just an advisor. They're going to create an advisory group with certain individuals within the community, which they may want to talk about as well. But we're just here in support of them. That's it.
Okay, so where will it be born out of? Like, who's administering this?
They want it to come from the tribe. They want to solely be housed under the Winnebago tribe of Nebraska. And the Winnebago tribe of Nebraska.
Okay, so we have some administrative things to sort out, like who's going to be your sponsor, who's going to, and maybe your bylaws says all that, or how you'll get a check cut, stuff like that. Lynelle, did you have something?
I just, for the logistics of everything, I don't, from administration side, do you want to use this? Just for logistical stuff, from administration side. So when I talked to Charlie, they wanted this to be formed similar to our other boards and committees. So I was willing to step in and help them along the process if the formation of the youth council got approved, which if it does, I don't mind guiding them along the process, because what needs to happen now, if it is approved at the table, they will need to create bylaws. They will need to create all of the administrative paperwork. Then that would need to come back to the table again. So I think, and at the same time, I don't mind helping guide them along finances stuff, because if the council wants to approve the budget, our finance office would need to create their account and so forth.
So let Rona do that part.
Okay, that's fine.
So
yeah.
Okay, so thank you, Lynelle. Once you guys create your draft bylaws, they would come back to the table, much like these other committees. And so, did you get a chance to look at the binder at all? No?
We
Okay.
never received any binder, but I just wanted to add, like, the part that we would include in our bylaws is that we would need an advisory group or someone to see us, and we were thinking it would be like a group between like 5 to 7, and like we'd really appreciate if like one of you or you guys could appoint someone to also sit on there. And we wanted to like get somebody from the school because we feel like we need to reach that the kids at the school, and then also like a parent and a community member to also sit.
So you guys could hash this all out in your bylaws. So in your bylaws, like your advisory group would be, say, instead of putting it by name, you could put it by position, like the president of the college is on there, the superintendent of the, just so you put by name who is the players, I guess.
By position.
Yeah, by position. And that's usually how we do it too. So since so many names switch out and things like that. So
Okay,
you guys know what to do. But we got a motion in a second and we've really done a lot. Louis.
Some concerns. I like what I hear.
Louis, could you use your mic a little bit so our friends on the phone can hear?
I don't know if it's working. Is it working?
Yep.
I have some concerns, and it's about what they want to do. It seems like it's too broad. They got to focus down to an area that they can work on, and they got to see how it impacts the community. And we got to think about the whole community. We have problems in the council that are hard to deal with. We hate to talk about them. We get angry at each other. But it's the impact of meth in our community. And it's taking people's lives down. It's destroying property. It's destroying egos. It's a moneymaker. And fentanyl is a moneymaker. It's killing our people. So there's issues that we can take a look at to see what we do about it and see what the youth want to do about it. It's their future. I found out there's a young fellow in the mortuary. He didn't know what was going on. And come to find out he got overdosed on fentanyl. And it took him down quickly. That's just one area that we need to take a look at. We need the insight of the young people and what they want. There was a drug place right across from the school. It took a long time to get it taken care of. But there are problems like that are facing us, and we need to know what the youth think about it, what they're willing to do. There's issues that come up that we have to deal with the young people. And we've got to deal with the problem, deal with the solution, and deal with young people tackling that problem. I want to help you, but we've got to focus on what you're going to do. And it impacts the whole tribe. Sometimes things that you do have an impact on the tribe. You don't hear about it for a long time. My mother was a school teacher, taught kindergarten, first grade. on the Omaha reservation. We came back from Utah to Nebraska because my mother got a job teaching. When she would have trouble with a student whose parents were on a drunk, for some particular reason they wouldn't come pick their kid up, my mother would bring him home. And they had we ate, we just all ate a little less so that those kids could eat. And they become part of our family. They just had to fit in. At the funeral, I was shocked that the number of Omahas came up and talked about the time Mrs. LaRose brought them home because their parents didn't bring them home, didn't come after them. They remembered every detail, how we ate, how we sat down as a family, how we prayed. Those kids remember that. We've got to look at what we do and how people will remember it, the impact it has on their lives. I never thought much of it when those little Omaha kids were coming to the house. How their nephews and nieces would come to eat. And they were having a hard time. We were too, but we made food available. I want to see you tackle a problem that can have real impact on the community. And there's a number of them that we can take a look at. As an educator, I was asked to start a tribal college. I didn't know how in the hell to do it. I said I would. It was a big problem. We had to take a look at how we could start it up. The students wanted accreditation, and they went on relocation, got training, and came back and couldn't use it anywhere. So we worked out an agreement with Northeast Nebraska Community College, and the president of the college was a former Winnebago resident. His family left here when they had a flood in the mid-40s and wiped town out. His family left. But he talked to me in Winnebago. It's Dr. Cox. And he became our ally. He became our friend. And he opened doors for us so we could end up with a community college. And we made it work. But you can find a problem if you can open doors, if you can find allies, that we tackle it. And there's people on this council who will help you. I pray for you to find a vision, a goal for us all to work on. Because that puts us all in the same basket, moving in the same direction, and going after solving the problem. I'm getting older. I've seen a lot of problems solved in Winnebago. And we have it pretty good. When St. Francis came here to play football, we fed them. And a little boy commented that he liked Winnebago he liked his school. He liked everything they saw. He wished that they could have it at St. Francis. He wanted to come to Winnebago. They have a lot that's good about Winnebago that people sacrifice to see that it happened. And that's what you'll end up doing, sacrificing your time and energy to make it work. Thank you.
I just want to express my support and a few ands and buts. So I support you guys very much. As we juggle, we are doing very good. This tribe, we're doing very good, and we do have our problems. And in my eyes, when you guys speak about our health and health and our housing and so on, things like that, then we get into cultural enrichment, about our language and stuff. We have problems, and they need to be fixed in order to fix ourselves. I have problems, in my home, in my life, in my household, my whole family. So, I need help. Sometimes our programs fail us, all of us. So I support you guys very much, and to look at those things, we fix our health, our mental health. Then we can start getting into it, and to really, I think, believe fixing ourselves. Then we get into our culture and our language and making that complete, 100% complete. We all have to be on the same level. Everything has to be good. Our finances, our mental health, our bills got to be paid and so on. And to always know, and I encourage you guys to come here, and I encourage you guys to get into these issues, these big issues with our hospital. We're not really in our schooling, it's kind of separate. Everything else, our hospital, our casinos, HCI, on top of all of those things, it's Winnebago Tribe and it's Winnebago Tribal Council, and it's a tough thing to juggle. Like I said, we are good and we are bad, so those are things we deal with daily. But I will support you guys 100%, because this could be, I throw that word around, somebody with a magic wand, to fix these things, that are bad and upsetting to us, that we see every day, again and again. There's great things that happen. So I support you guys 100%. And I like to see on this board is tribal council, a couple members or one. Usually we have two, that will show up to the meetings, every meeting, show up. So I like to see that added to that, so just to hear and listen, and report back, and any, anything, how, make sure it's tribal council wide that supports you guys and has comments and things that like to be seen and changed. So thank you guys for coming today and trying to start this and helping us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Something that I wanted to add for you ladies as you're presenting this to the council is, in reading the document that you gave us, I hadn't seen this until today. It was mentioned in different ways, but I guess I'm going to say it a little more succinctly. There does need to be an actual written mission statement. Why do you do what you do? Why are you here? What are you presenting? And how is it going to be done? And in that mission statement, your overview can encompass quite a bit of that, except for one statement. And the one that I'm going to point out is in the last sentence. We want to provide the youth with safe spaces. I'd suggest or advise that you take that phrase out. And the reason why that is because in leadership, you will often find yourself not in safe spaces. You will be required at times to be the only voice that is saying something in a crowd that is screaming to go in a different direction. That only voice can be at times the saving grace for the smallest of items, the smallest in some people's estimations of individuals, and the thing that actually retains who we are as a tribe. You'll find yourself outside of safe spaces a lot more than you will inside. And I also encourage you to seek the non-safe spaces. And I don't mean that physically. You're not going to walk down a dark alley. That's not what I'm talking about. But to seek out the areas to where your impact is going to matter, where it is going to create a discussion that is going to either bring forward progress that is necessary and or bring to light items, issues, sentiments that need to be brought forward. Occasionally, you will be asked to step into a so-called non-safe space. And with that, you'll also have to learn to grow a thick political skin, because here what we're talking about is politics. The way that people will come at you, will come after you. They will use things to try to demean you or to try to drag you into their mess. In leadership, you'll have to learn to discern from that. And you'll have to learn to see your way through that, because all too often you'll again find yourself surrounded by, well, let's go with it because no one else is saying anything. The decisions that are made around this table have to stand in the truth and the light of the people that elected us. So my suggestions to you here are, if you want to keep it, keep it. But I'd suggest that you remove it, because you'll again find yourself more often in non-safe spaces, so to speak. And then the last part that I'll leave you with here is that for those of you that have not done so, I would also highly suggest in your educational process that you enroll and take argumentation classes, because within argumentation classes, you'll learn about fallacies. And what those are fallacies are arguments that others will put forward that are ultimately not true. Now, they'll look true, they'll taste true, they'll smell true, but the fallacies you'll be able to see how it is not. Argumentation will teach you that level of critical thinking that you will need in order to be an effective leader. So I would leave you with those two pieces of advice, and I will vote in favor of this as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Council, for your comments. Are there any more discussion?
I just had, I gotta know how, like, from A to B. So this motion, is that directing finance to work with them on this budget also, or are you gonna do a different motion?
So that's well, obviously it's the money's coming from the tribe.
I know, but
it's
like, well, they gotta set up an account, all of those things.
Yeah, right now I'm just trying to see if we can get that. I'm trying to show them of how each one weighed in, where everybody stands. You can vote as your own, to each is their own. And then if that gets approved, we can come down and then we can sit down and have that meeting. That's why I worded just the minutes of saying, okay, here's where I'm trying to pull the money from. If you guys are in favor of pulling the money from that area, let's pull the money. And then like Bubbles back there said, or Linnell said, she would help them, assist them. And then I'm sure that Rona, I haven't heard her weigh in yet. I'm sure she might want to say something as the treasurer. But just to see if they, you know, kind of given like walking through the process. At any point in time, this could be, and I don't know all the answers. They don't know all the answers. So that's where we're supposed to be, the way we're saying we're always supposed to be good to one another. So this is the youth council. I've seen one individual walk in here.
I'm not against this.
No,
I'm just not trying to understand
I know that.
process
I know
for
that.
them.
I know that. But when you go buy a pair of new shoes, do you know how many rocks the bottom's going to pick up before you put them on?
I guess I don't even worry about it.
So,
I wouldn't be worried about it.
No. So we'll get all that stuff ironed out. You know what I mean? And what I was trying, the reason why I made this motion was because I want to be in support of our youth. And they come in here, we've seen other people come in here and not be as well ready as they are. So I really like that. I'm encouraged by that. I'm like, holy smokes. Once that came through and I was like, damn, they already got a budget, you know, then they got some other stuff. And then some of the points that each one of us brought up, you know, the stuff that Louis brought up was some of the stuff that he shared. There's a lesson in everything that everybody shared here at the table, points of view, you know, so I don't know all the details. So to try to answer your question without trying to politic it around too much, I don't know all the answers.
Thank you. Did you want to weigh in?
Just wanted to say, thank you, Charlie, for coming forward. When I went to NCAI, she did, you know, her and Sharon Bassett pair presented their youth updates to the NCAI congregation. And it was touching. It was, gee, I was sitting there and I was like, oh my God, that's our youth up there, you know, and it was so touching. Tears were rolling down my face and I just had to give her a big hug afterwards. And it was just really cool. It was just really cool to see that at that national level, our youth are already stepping into those leadership roles. And so I talked with her a little bit about, you know, starting this. She said she talked to Tori, and I said, I'm pretty sure, you know, we're always talking about our youth and our elders and education, that we would find a way, you know, but the first step would be to, you know, create those bylaws, create this framework of how they will operate and come up with a resolution to establish them. And then, you know, and I told her to work with Linnell, and because it's pretty similar to the boards and committees and stuff. And then from there, then we would, you know, once that was established, we could come back and figure out a budget, because we do have the warhorse money that, you know, it's something that I support, and we will find a way to support them and create, you know, a new line item or whatever in working with Jasmine. So I think the bylaws and a resolution to accept and create our Ho-Chunk Nishochachi Youth Council would be the first step. And the budget to support it would come second. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So are there any other comments before I call for the question?
That's one last thing. So if this goes through, one of your first things is going to be all the stuff that she sent. So, yeah, and I know that you guys are way smarter than me. So, she's basically saying, get everything together, then come back and ask for funding. Right now, the way it lays is that you guys would get this funding. If this vote goes through, then you guys can continue on. But so to please the treasurer's position and all the details that she has to worry about, if this goes through, I would say to do what she's recommending, you know, resolution, and what else was it? Bylaws and stuff, yeah. And Lorelei said she wants a pair of shoes out of it. That's all I had.
Okay. Any further discussion? Objection to the motion? Motion carried 7-0-0. Well, thank you to your team, and Charlie, thank you for your leadership here and everywhere else. You guys are really gonna set it up. Oh, Isaac, I just wanted to mention that when I met with them, they did talk about the gentleman in the community and how we could make sure that there was representation, male representation amongst the group. Charlie, did you want to hit on that real quick, just so you can, on how you're gonna bring in the fellas?
So we want to work with the school and bring in some what's the word? Like leadership males in our that initial conversation or kickoff event to kind of empower them, because we've kind of talked with probably 5 or 6 males and they're like, yeah, we're interested, but we haven't seen the action from them yet. And I think that they just need a little bit empowerment or encouragement from some older male relatives who support what we're doing. So I think that's that.
Awesome. Well, thank you. So they've kind of been thinking in all directions, make sure they have a youth council that is representative of everybody. So
we do have 2 male counterparts to our council are already. They would be on the back of the ending Special thanks to Alonzo Bass and Aiden Robles.
Okay, great.
We
Well,
would like to thank them for putting up with us.
okay, well, thank you for their guidance. Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break and before we go into the rest of our agenda.
Yes.
There was a organization called the Recommended with the colleges. We couldn't participate. We went to the meeting and we got a big argument. Because college, when they were private college, met all the requirements. We were functioning. We had college credit classes, and everything was in order. The only thing is that we had a almost put a white man on the board. Name was Bruce Moore. He told us we couldn't belong to that organization. But we had a white man on the board. Omar said, no one tells us what to put on the board. That's sovereign right to put them on there. So we had to put a special category in for tribal colleges like ours. We could participate in it. Like it. Finally, the new smart, and we could get funding from them. So we had to overcome a lot of battles. So we were functional. We had college classes. Some schools like, I think it was in second. In 25 years we didn't have accreditation. But they had all in the board. They could participate and get money. So we did things that were different. One thing that was colleges would help each other. In Scrutiny built their own campus for the building construction program. Their students worked and built their own campus. And then we went after log. People had log cabins, log construction. We went after them for their library for the others because we used to have a huge sheet of timber to build homes. So we took things like that and made an advantage to it. So we got a lot of things. Tater Monk was, we built some gauge days out there, and Tater Monk was up there with a rafter lining it. And we lined up. When those guys came by and boosted him, he jumped, fell off, got a hold of that rafter, was hanging on for dear life. He only got a foot off the ground. One of the women helped him. He left. And the instructor came and said, if Tater Monk left the program, we back. We went and talked to Tater. In a long time, he finally decided to come back. But I had to talk to the students. They don't have any of that. It's all right to tease and do things, but it's not right to goose somebody when they're on the rafter. So cut that out. But those guys were crazy guys. They finished the class. And they did well. And they all became carpenters.
Okay. Well, welcome back, everybody, from the recess. We're coming back with old business, and we have Barbara Pertenziegel and family here with us. So Barbara, I just want to make sure that you had an opportunity to come to the mic if you wanted to. And just, I guess I'll just start off by saying that the council took some actions at the June 20th, 23 mid-month meeting, and that was regarding some personnel actions. And from there, the council had a lot of email traffic and varied opinions on the issue. And from there, there was a request to take a step back and have a spiritual retreat. And so the council was able to get together and met at the Veterans Building and separated food and had a prayer. And thank you, Isaac, for leading us through that. And we just really had gotten into some turmoil, and there was a lot of negativity and differences that were shared over email that were not very becoming of the council or myself. And there was a need to really balance us back out. And with that prayer and with that food that we shared, we were able to have discussions and express ourselves. And I had expressed to the council through email, and I guess just through email, that I had thought it was a conflict of what we were trying to accomplish with the facility and stepping over the governing body, which is the board of directors, and to make such actions. And so the council had expressed themselves in a variety of directions, and that brings us to today. And I had asked the council to rescind those motions because it was a mismatch in the roles that we play in different, I guess, we heard space earlier, but in different roles and hats and the governance structure that the tribe has passed and tried to follow. But knowing that things, that we're human beings and that things don't always follow those structures and that process. And so I had asked the table to rescind those motions in the breadth of that structure and honor that structure. But that's for the table to decide. And I'm just really thankful that we were able to have a prayer, have discussion, and then from that, there was a directive by the council to look into that issue further. And so the council had a closed session meeting with the WCHS executive management team, and were able to elaborate on our discussions and was able to ask direct questions. And I thought we left there with better understanding. And so I just want to introduce the topic in that way. And if any of the council would like to weigh in, or if you have another perspective on how that happened, I just invite you to share that.
Well, being part of that and seeing that when this first came to our attention, we didn't know nothing about that. And you heard what the motions were, what our mindset was at that time. And that first motion was to give you guys some money at that time, because we didn't know what we were going to do yet. There was another motion made to have you reinstated. And we did do our due diligence. We did talk to the hospital. We heard their side of the story. And what in my eyes, that it just for reinstatement purposes, that there was two different stories that came out. And knowing that, listening to the board, that it didn't come out, it was different than what was told to us. And they gave us facts, they gave us papers, and they showed us things that weren't shown on the other side. And so with that, I would like to make a motion to withdraw my vote on that and move that to objecting on that reinstating fee. And so with that, that would go with the back pay, because in that motion it also says until a fair reason can be determined, and I do feel that we did our due diligence. And so with that, that's a motion I'd like to make.
Okay, so Eric, thank you for weighing in on that, and thank you for, I guess, seeing it through and kind of being a part of that next discussion, because when we had our one-on-one meeting amongst the council, we left it undetermined, and it was going to be a meeting with the WCHS, and then the council in their determination would decide what would happen. But it was myself that asked for those motions to be rescinded. And I want to make sure that I'm really candid with Barbara about that, and as well as Jeannie, that it is not personally against you as a person. It's about the structure of the hospital. And I think we've met with you many times in the past in executive session on opportunities that, you know, you're deserving of and that are qualified for. And I guess I hope that this isn't something that discourages you, because you've proven your capabilities to get employment, and I think you will again. So, but I guess I said all that too early, because we only have a motion and we don't have a second. So we have a motion from Eric to rescind the motions that would reinstate with back pay, and asking for a second if the council is willing to second that. So, calling again for a second to Eric's motion to rescind the motion made at the June 20th, 2023 mid-monthly meeting that was made by Kenny Mallory. Motion to reinstate JB and BPE with back pay until a fair reason can be determined. And that was seconded by Louis. And the vote was 4-2-0, or 4-0-2.
Well, I can't do anything because I was chairing that motion. I was chairing at the time.
I don't know if that matters or not.
Does it?
Yeah, it does.
Yes, it does. Because I was chairing.
Okay. So, do we have a second to that motion from somebody that wasn't chairing?
I was here.
We have a second. Discussion is open.
I guess I'll start out. Again, in that motion, I will abstain. I abstained, and I will abstain this one, you know, because I am on that board. Do I believe it was right? No, I don't. Do I believe I was wrong? Yes, I do. No, I don't. You know, we need work. The structure isn't the structure that we're working off of. There's hypocrisy in there, and I believe it's across the board with all of our organizations. And you hear me say we need work in our HR departments. There's just too many pick and chooses yet. Still, we run that way. I just don't want to get into it. And because I abstained, because I have a story. You know, my wife was terminated 2 summers ago. 20 years of service. Been through many battles. You know, but many battles with the non-Indians. But she lost the battle while there was a couple tribal members in there. So I just don't want to open anything up. My family, I try and make sure they're the last ones, you know, they get no support from me. And maybe as I get older and older, if I'm still here, those things might change, but I can't today. So for those reasons, I'm on that board, and, you know, and I have a story too, you know, so I will abstain again. And although, you know, inside, I wish things would change like that, you know, and we can hire our people back, we can keep them, you know, but our structure just isn't that way. We're not, you know, working that way together for our people, you know, so to teach them and help them and guide them, although some are being guided and their flaws are overlooked, you know. I just don't want to get into that. I can go on and on. So I just want to say that that's why I abstain. You know, I am on that board, and because of my personal story and reasoning why. Thanks.
Thanks, Paul. Do we have any other discussion?
I do.
Okay. Do you want to use the mic?
Thank you. And I first want to start out with, what did you hear from them? They never gave me anything when I talked, other than saying I was terminated because, you know, I was not hands-on enough. I don't know what that meant. Doesn't say anything. And I was there 4 days. How can that justify termination and evaluations and write-ups? What'd they do? I don't know. That's all I was told. One morning, they called me in and said that. I recorded it all with their permission. But on the other hand, you know, 4 days without a desk.
Barb, I'm
not done though,
Okay.
so I would like to continue.
Okay, I just want to, I guess that we are in open session on.
No, I know that, and
and
I'm not naming
and so
names.
we're not gonna discuss the details of
I
what.
cannot. Yeah.
So I guess whatever you share might not be the details that we received, and I'm not gonna, I guess, clarify that in open session. But if you want to talk about the details, I don't even know if the details are of issue anymore, but
I think they would be, because this is your decision, and I didn't come here for that. I came here because this is my council, my peers, my livelihood, my elderly mother, my family. I did take it personal, but I can work past that with you as my chairwoman. But it hit home, just like his story. And I wished he wouldn't have abstained. I have peers here that I grew up with. No, I was going to get so emotional because I haven't been, because I kept my mind in about me, about myself, doing all of this, working with the people that has came to me and told me their stories from that, seeing me go through that it could happen, and that this council don't support that, of me coming as a tribal member, a single parent of our community, with this issue that happened, and I came to you for recourse. Yeah, I want to be reinstated because I didn't do nothing, but I didn't get a chance to do anything. And then I come here and I get the same treatment, basically. No, that's why I'm here. It's wrong. This is wrong for a tribal member. That's it.
Okay.
I came here in that capacity and that
Okay.
mindset.
Barb, I really thank you for doing that and for standing up for your family. And I just want to express, I guess, from my point of view, the council heard one side of the story. And when the council, like they usually do, when we have personnel issues, we typically kind of take care with them because it took place somewhere over here with decision makers over there. And so we usually try to hear both sides of the story before the council takes action. But that evening, the council took action with only one side of the story. And when the council took more time to meet with the WCHS and HR and all the folks that you know were involved in this, they demonstrated facts and material information that just was 360 from what you had shared that brought action. And I guess that's the only thing I can respond to you, because I don't want you to say or feel or leave here today thinking that anyone did anything to you, because you were the only one working over there and those were your actions, not the council's. And so you have to reconcile that with yourself. And I don't think that the table deserves to take that on, because we didn't perform over there, or we didn't report to that duty station. And I guess
To me,
so
that's
all
all
I
wrong.
can-
It's wrong because I have 4 days to do what? You know, and I want to know then what, because I want to hear the other side. I do. And if we have to go in exec session, I request that for me to know this, what you're saying, and that's your justification. Because I didn't get nothing in writing or even a word from anybody. And I believe it was a retaliation because of what I reported. I really do. Because after that, here I am.
So I'll invite the council to weigh in that were there that day. I can only speak from, I guess, my involvement.
Well, myself, I have to go by the privacy laws. And so when we went over there, we understood that because it's a health facility. And so, and you signed a release that they could show us the whatever they had around your termination. And they did. But I'm not going to go into what was shared or told, because I have to protect you. So I can't give a report of what was shared with us, because that's your private business. We're in an open meeting.
That's why I asked to go into executive session.
Well, we got a motion here.
Jeannie has her hand up. I don't know if this mic will reach to Jeannie. No. See if it'll fit.
Oh, that's what I'm telling her. Oh. Stop, don't get her on a coffee.
Stand by me, we judge.
Cup. Up to the table, roll up her. Another time you're up her.
No, but you don't want me by you.
Oh, he knocks, that's why.
What about you? I guess, having worked in a public facility with most of you people, it's maybe the generation before you, I know about privacy and I know what you can share and what you can't share. It's not quite the same as what you're dealing with, but in a room full of people who've already made a determination, they've had time. They've had plenty of time to fabricate, and I say fabricate, whatever it was they presented to you. And we're sitting here having this discussion with you, feeling like we should be able to say, okay, they know they had the weekend to meet and fabricate this. And I bet you that's exactly what happened. Because I know we did some things like that, but not to students. We did it to Norfolk to get what we wanted from Norfolk. We would have meetings and we would put our not fudge. We would never fudge. But there's certain way you can put something that actually happened and not lie about it, but not tell the truth about it. That's the fine line. And I know deep in my heart, in my mind, that's exactly what those women did. I know some of those women. I worked with some of those women. I know what they're capable of. I was on some of those accreditation with them. When we get ready for accreditation, I was on the detail with them. They find the littlest thing and say, oh yeah, see, we got it. No, you don't. You don't. You're gonna make it up. You're gonna write it so that, and those college people are writers. They have to be in order to turn their homework in. They have to be able to write. And they have to be able to write good to fool other professional educators. So I put no stock in what they gave you, what they turned your head with, because that's what they did. They turned your head against the tribal member who you're supposed to. Did you ever look at all of those things you're supposed to be doing in front of the Constitution, the bylaws? Did you ever read those? That's a heck of a lot of things you're supposed to be doing for her. For anyone that comes in here with a problem like hers, you're supposed to be supporting her, not a gaggle of white women. I'm not impressed with them anymore. I worked with them too long. They not only do they learn to write, they learn how to talk. They learn talking. So everything that they gave you, I would say take with a pinch of salt. It's maybe half truth, maybe even 3/4, but it's not the whole truth. They went up there or over there, and they spun you guys 360. Believed it. And we voted for you to represent us, not them, not a book, not words that some white woman wrote who has an agenda that you don't know. Because now that's what you're going up against. You're going up against a tribal member, a single mother, trying to get a hand up, not a hand out. She wants to work. And you keep knocking her down. Why? You know, as her mother, it breaks my heart for her. She did everything that her father and I asked of her. Go to school every day. Be early. Don't be late. Graduate high school. Send her off to the university. Not just any university, our own university down in Lincoln. Good school. She graduated from that with some stellar name people in her class. And then comes up against this. You know, I just don't. I vote for you people whenever we have an election, thinking this one's gotta be better than the last time. I was so wrong about them. I can't be wrong 5 times in a row. But I missed the mark again. And I don't want to do that anymore. I want somebody that has compassion for us in our struggle. We're struggling now since we lost Benny. Our lives aren't the same since he died. It's hard to say since he died. But the only thing that kind of made us hurt us up, it made us feel good, and it should have, but it was that COVID money where we got to fix our house, the things that are wrong with it, the things that went wrong. Even since it seems like everything Benny was working on worked on. When he died, disappeared. We were left needing a roof, you know, and we're struggling with, you know, multiple things. The man across the road from us, spray cropping. You know what I mean? And it killed my apple trees. It killed our trees that he planted. Yeah, that many planted. But you know, things like that. What was he putting down? I reported it to EPA, but they never came. They didn't care. You know. So we'll probably all die again. So they did. But I guess I look at my daughter and she's a good woman. She was a good child. She's a good woman now. And to see her struggling in her own tribe when she went far away, farther she could go here on a continental United States to work. They were willing to take a chance on her. Something her tribe isn't willing to do. They'd rather go dig up crap on her, listen to some strangers, instead of remembering who she is, what kind of work she's in.
Jeannie,
They did that. They did that. They took a chance on her. So I guess I would like to see that from this table. But from dour faces,
Jeannie, thank you for expressing yourself. I guess the one thing that it's been really difficult for the table to make decisions based on lies. And when the table doesn't get the full truth, there are decisions made that aren't becoming of the table. And I don't know how to proceed without calling them lies. And if somebody received other information that wasn't a lie, then maybe they could share that with me. But I'm not going to allow the table to be put down for making decisions based on information that they received. And the table can, do what they're going to do. But I just want us to all tell the truth. And if we're not all going to tell the truth, I don't know how we proceed. So is there any further discussion?
Yes. The first is point of order. This motion was made by Kenny Mallory, and he's not here to defend his motion. And so that needs to be decided upon. The individual who made the motion to do this is not here to defend it, and it's being undone. So that's the first point of order. The second is within the motion, the language of the motion read, with back pay until fair reason can be determined. This was made at a date in the past, which means that the back pay needs to be effectuated up until the date that something different is decided. Regardless of whether or not the motion is rescinded or not, the decision was made to pay both of these individuals until that further decision is made. Where's their paychecks? That can't be undone because it needs to be something that was paid to them in the past, or you're going to take the $500 back from them too.
Yeah, exactly.
The second part then with this is the individuals came forward and stated that they were fired at will. Now we're being told that somebody's lying about cause. At will and cause are two different actions within HR functions. Those that understand HR functions realize that you don't get to claim at will, then turn around and create cause. Because if you had cause, you should have been using cause. Because then the individuals impacted can argue against cause. But again, they weren't terminated under cause, they were terminated at will. So the duplicity in this, the hypocrisy in this is the organization failed. Piss poor job of management, piss poor job of HR effectuation, and tribal members are standing in the brunt of it. The next is a question. This item was put on the agenda. How much discourse were you given regarding this item being here, Barb? It's a real question.
Yeah, it is.
How were you told this action was going to be taken?
It wasn't.
Other than myself, correct?
Yes.
And the same goes for the other individual as well.
Yes.
Shame that tribal members have things that happen that affect their livelihoods and their lives, and they can't even be told it's coming. Shameful actions, shameful. Whether or not you even agree with what occurred, the very fact that the individuals involved with it, especially tribal members, deserve to be told.
Agreed.
So it comes back to the main question, then the point of order. Kenny Mallory is not here to defend his action that he took, which I supported and still do. The payments that were supposed to be made for their salaries were never made, and that can't be reversed because it's something that occurred in the past and should have been paid up to the point an alternate decision is made at this table, which means it has not occurred even yet today. And then, how are you going to change at will to cause and say it with a straight face?
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair, for sharing that. This whole process has been botched because, I'll say it again, it was based on lies. And it's very difficult to move forward in any of this when people lie straight to your face.
I lied.
So
I didn't lie.
we have a motion. I didn't say you lied, Barbara. I just said when people lie straight to your face.
Insinuating.
So we have a motion by Eric and we have a second by Louis. Is there any further discussion?
I just want to say that the Robert's Rules of Order say that someone from the prevailing side can bring the motion back. And that's what Eric was on, the prevailing side. And he brought the motion back.
Correct. The individual who's here is also, who made the motion is not here to defend it.
Well, he should have been here.
So it is unfortunate that Councilman Mallory is not here with us. I don't know if he let Teresa know why he would not be here, but he did share in our meeting that we had at the Vets building that he would rescind this motion. And so that's something Council Mallory volunteered on his own, but although he's not here to speak to that comment, I'll just share it with you guys.
Is it coming back?
So. Yeah. Eric.
Yes, I would just like to again say that there was just a lot of information that we took, you know, on the day you first came in, and we listened to the hospital, and there's points of view that we can only say so much in this meeting with that confidentiality, and so it's all been taken into consideration. The council's talked about this at last week at the Pets building. And so it's just fact. And we can only say so much in this meeting. But I would agree with the back pay up until today. That was part of the motion. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Louis?
I have some concerns.
Louis, could you use your mic so then those on the phone can hear you?
I have some concerns. In the process, the responsibility lies with the health plans board. Doesn't rely on the council. In the process of accreditation, we gave that to the board. And there's supposed to be a separation between the between the hospital and the tribe. It's their business. We should not get into it. They were not fulfilling their responsibility. We have to go back to ground zero and put it back where it should be, where the responsibility for making that decision should be. And it's hard. I supported my brother because I got the feeling that it wouldn't go the way we had to go. We had to go the route of discussing the issue and the path we should take. And that's what we did. It's not against individuals. I know what these youngsters are going through. My daughter is on the chopping block, the hospital, and I don't know what's going to happen to her. So it's easy to get emotional because I know my daughter. She's a good worker. She's smart. And she knows what's going on. We need to do it in a way that we honor the commitments that we made as a tribal council to have a accredited hospital. It's very important that we understand it, that the 12-plan board understands it, and knows their responsibility. I won't take heat for the board, and I think they're wrong. We've got to find a way to resolve it because it's going to impact what we do. The laws of the country change. The Supreme Court decision, and it's going to impact us on how we work on different issues. And we got to see how that falls out. The the question of how we proceed from now on is open. And I think we have to close it and follow the process. And we'll be all right. We need to hear, we need a format that we hear both sides. But we also need to look at that no fault procedure, because that's a trap. Those of us that have been in the, went through the civil rights days where no fault, you could get fired. No fault. You just get fired. Didn't have any rights. I was a construction worker that couldn't get into the union. I was brown. A white man could get into the union, make twice as much as I did, and 3 or 4 times more than I did. And we had to work at a lower scale and work twice as many hours. We worked 80 to 90 hours a week. I don't want to see us going back to that. This law that's changed. But we've got to keep it fair and keep it equitable. And we've got to expect more of our tribal people and tell them that Bruce Nelson was a company that didn't care whether you were white or Indian. It cared whether you worked or not. And everyone worked their ass off there. You had to work hard. We've got to prove to them that we can comply. And we've got to get our own tribal people into the positions so that they're trained and that they do the same job that we're letting people of no color have. We can have our own people making those decisions on our own. We have all whites making them. They don't understand the things that Indian people do. You reach over and touch somebody. Indian people are always doing that. And it's a sign of, I'm here. We have a lot of things that we do that white people don't understand. They take that as an aggressive action, when in reality it's, how you doing? I'm here. I was in the subway in New York City. Somebody tapped me on the back. I turned around, it was a Seneca. But I knew it was an Indian. And whites don't understand that. And we have them in making key roles about Indian people. I sat by a white lady that works with the accounting at the hospital. First day I teased her, she got all bent out of shape. And this time I teased her different. And she laughed. She began to understand. And we have to teach them how to understand Indian people. They don't come equipped with that knowledge. If they're going to be in a key position, they have to know that. I did training for these Nebraska, those highway construction men that when they were doing the construction, you see them, and I talked to them, and one of them asked the question, how, it's something about Edison Marcot. He couldn't understand how he had so many grandfathers, and it didn't seem to make sense to them that he had about 10 or 12 grandfathers. We would all understand that's part of the adoption system. And they adopted him as a grandfather. Or they had children that were kind of like orphans. They were grandfather. I find myself in that way. And kids come call me Toka. I don't know who they are. But I find out who they are by establishing relationships. And I treat them as a grandchild. We do that. And the white community doesn't understand that. So we have to teach them. Thank you.
Thanks, Louis, for sharing that and for just everyone that has weighed in. So the other point, I guess, that I'll add is that the council had discussed the at-will policy, and Rona had shared with us that it's a function of employment law, and that that's something that we needed to talk with the CEO and HR about on what we want to do with the tribe, and then what we want to ask these other boards to do across the organization. So that was something else that came out of the discussion from our meeting at the Vets Building. So I guess if there's no further discussion, I'll call for the question. Is there any, I guess, objection to the motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say yes or signify by raising your hands.
Yes.
Lorelei,
Aye.
Eric,
Yes.
Louis, opposed,
Opposed.
Brian, abstention.
Are you abstaining?
I'll cast my vote. I will object because just how maybe technically how we say, well, this whole motion is out of whack. Maybe it is. Wait for the Robert's Rule of Orders police to show up, but I will object. Because we are in turmoil, we are in trouble. I hate to see one more tribal member leave us, and here we are. We in this earlier discussion, these children, even these youth, they're young people. Youth come in. Our young see us fighting, and we are. All these allegations that are up against our people. We do these same things as people at this table. So there's problems, and we are way out of whack. So I will object to that motion.
So you vote no, Coley?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Abstentions. Okay. Motion carried 3, 2, 1. So that brings us to the next order of business, which is the tribal council items. And
Can
we
I
have,
say something before I go?
sure. Well, Kenny just joined us, but Kenny, we just voted on the motion, but Barbara has the floor.
I would like to have the option to review what you found to make this decision.
Okay, well, do you want to put your request into the WCHS Board of Directors? And
No,
ask to
I'm
meet with,
asking the
ask
council
the-
as my representative.
okay. Um,
We don't have any papers.
So you made a decision based on information
No.
you never received.
No,
No.
we,
I didn't receive anything, so I want to receive something. Why you made this decision, why Dusty changed his mind based on what he said he changed it on. What you said you changed it to enhance and go around and represent it as a board member.
yeah, I emailed the council and I told them that this motion was out of order and that
Not
they
that
should
part,
rescind
what
it.
you received that's saying lies. What made the switch, the 360?
Well, I guess I can only speak from my personal point of view, and I do think you're lying. And
Based on what? That's what I want to know. So
Barb,
I could
I
say
don't want to go
another.
down every lie that you've told to me through the course of business, and I'm not going to do that here. But
I've never spoken to you to lie.
okay, Barb. So does the council want to make a motion to
Never did.
or accommodate what Barbara's asking for, and then we could direct it to the WCHS Board of Directors? That's
I'll make a
Okay.
motion to direct the council members to deliver to the two individuals the documentation they received regarding this.
well, Brian, you didn't attend that meeting, so I don't know why you would direct anybody. You did not show up to hear the
Doesn't matter if
information.
You're claiming you received information as a council member because you just stated earlier the executives met with the council.
They did.
So therefore that information was delivered to the council and therefore becomes property of the tribal members. Who
No,
asked for it.
we had oral discussions, and I wasn't in receipt of anything. Were you guys in receipt
we
of any
didn't get
paper?
there was no documentation because of the privacy laws.
So you believe the story.
You
Well, I
believe
read
the
what
lie
they
then
had.
that wasn't in black and
You
white.
just now said you read something, so
Okay.
you either
I know,
heard it
but
or
I
you
didn't
read it.
leave
Which
with
one?
it. I didn't leave with it because it's the privacy laws. I don't
But I
have it.
gave a release of information for you guys to do that. If I was lying, I feel like I wouldn't have gave that opportunity to my counsel.
Okay, is there, so Brian made a motion. Is there a second? The motion, can you repeat the motion, Brian?
Two individuals the written documentation they received from well clubs.
Okay. So there was no written documentation received. But if you were at that meeting, you would know that. So is there a second to Brian's motion? Is there a second to Brian's motion? Calling for the third time, is there a second to Vice Chair Chamberlain's motion? Motion died for lack of a second. The next order of business is the Tribal Council NITC meeting July 14th, hosted by the Santee Sioux Tribe at Ohia Casino from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Is there, we have a motion by Eric, do we have a second? Do we have a second? Calling one more time for a second for the NITC.
Well, I'll make a second. This
Second
is
by
for
Lorelei.
travel, right?
This is for council members to attend the NITC meeting at Santee, and there are also virtual options.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Objection to the motion? Motion carried 700. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
Move it.
Motion by Eric. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Louis. Objection to the motion? Motion carried 700. We're entering executive session at 11:52 a.m.
set aside $50,000 from Warhorse funds for tribal member homeowners who are in distress. Direct tribal administration to develop rules and administer these funds, which shall be used for homeowners who are ineligible for other funds. Payments will be made directly to the creditors as they are listed, and payments will become payable immediately upon verification. If there are other individuals who also find themselves in dire straits and they're homeowners, I'm going to do something to try to help them save their home.
Okay, so can you restate your motion so I can write it out?
Okay, he wrote it up. Thank you.
Okay, good.
So we have a
Thank you.
motion. Do we have a,
Second.
we have a second by Isaac? Okay, discussion.
Who's gonna, determine? Who gets,
Administration. The
who's gonna
administration.
determine who gets first on the list, second on the list, third on the list? How does that work?
The
Whichever
administration.
cousin finds out first.
Okay, so so we have a motion and we have a second, in discussion.
Brian's motion is to set aside 50,000 from Warhorse funds for tribal member home owners in distress. Direct the Winnebago Tribe Administration to develop rules and administer funds for homeowners who are ineligible for other funds. Payments to creditors made directly payable and immediately upon verification. And is this off the res or on the res or everybody?
Developed by administration.
So we have a motion and a second. Rona had mentioned the HAF program that is the current homeowner assistance fund that's administered through HCCDC. So that's another option that we have available.
So could we just put that in there, or would it see their
Well,
rules? Or?
That program,
Oh, it's good.
Is this money gonna come from what they already give us, or is this an additional amount you're asking?
This is out of that 300 million. No. He starts stirring the pot.
That's where you want to take it from?
Brian, is that what you're
Yes.
talking about?
Well, we received already.
I'll support if it's for on and off station.
It's just 50,000, just a one-time thing.
Your limit per person?
Developed
That's
by
what the rules are
administration.
for. Once they figure it out.
So, are we gonna have a meeting on this with the administration then? Before it gets approved to go into effect? We're just right now approving for the administration to look at that.
So the motion right now is in regards to our executive session discussion, but I think administration is gonna,
Now
is
come
there
back
gonna be
with correct me if I'm wrong, we're talking since I seconded it. So right now it's just to lock everything down. It's kind of like the youth council thing. Kind of we're going ahead, and then once they come back with the rules and regs, then we'll go in and start looking at that part of it, of how this is. Because so I could have XYZ family members come in and use my address as they're applying for the same house, and we all live in the same house, like a big old family. So we would have the details ironed out. That's the way I'm looking at it. Is that what you're kind of thinking?
I'm sure the administration is capable of coming up with comprehensive rules for the administration of the funds.
So not everybody gets come out cheese, just one person in the house.
so the administration would come up with the rules, or the council is approving a plan from
The
administration?
administration is directed to create the rules.
Sounds pretty loose.
I think it sounds pretty dangerous to start paying people's mortgage arrears.
Because when we run out of the 50, then the rest of them are gonna say, "I'm not gonna put my mortgage."
It's not the first time the council has given money to a one-time thing.
I'd say like a $500 limit per person or something. It's just help. That would stretch it farther.
So then we could even bring that back on that, if that dries up or whatever too. You know what I mean? There's all kinds of ways of doing it, guys, but I would just lean on the administration and tell them, say, hey, put this rule in there too.
How long is this gonna take? Because people's homes are on the line too. How many right now?
Either that or gonna
Two that we
be
know of
lining
right
them.
now, yeah. So we gotta,
So then maybe there should be something on Facebook that the tribe's paying mortgages, because there's probably other people that could benefit from this, but this is really, really dangerous.
Yeah.
it's what we, it's what's been set up, it's what we set ourselves up with. Look at how we've been, and how we are. Making families and taking care of them. Not easy. It's not easy. And when I say we put all these hardships on our people like that, making them buy homes, insurance, cell phones, cars, so on, children, games, they can struggle out there. I tell you, I'm proud of some of the people. Single parents who see what they're doing and their kids are hungry. My kids are they're hungry. So we can do more. We need more money. Do all of it. To bail everybody out, no matter what it is.
Any further,
Support 100%.
any further discussion? Objection to the motion?
Object.
All those in favor of the motion, say aye or signify by raising your hands.
Aye.
Brian, Isaac, Coley, opposed.
Yeah.
Aye.
Lorelai, Rona, Kenny, Louis, Eric. Motion failed 3-5-0.
Agree to disagree.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion by Eric. We have a second by Isaac. Discussion? Objection to the motion? Motion carried 8-0-0. We're adjourned at 1:59 p.m. Just